Unbelievable! Unacceptable!
The juice is loose.
Do this!
I'm Commander Shepard.
War,
Enchantment?
I am. War never changes.
For the Emperor!
Because I'm Batman.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
Fetch me their souls!
It's payday, fellas!
Was that the bite of 87?
I said it's fucking payday, motherfucker!
Oh shit, here we go again.
Oh, that's that good shit!
We would be honored if you would join us.
Greetings, fellow gamer fans. Welcome to a bit of a delayed New Day Tuesday, given that it's Wednesday for us here. But welcome on in. Apologies for last night. I literally missed a playtest by a few hours and was like, oh. So I kind of was like, I didn't really want to change the theme of the day, and then I didn't really have anything sort of lined up. So I was like, oh, crap. I'll just give it a number. We'll slot it into that empty space on Wednesday. I'm sure nobody will mind. Here we are. Boom. We're going to do Stanley Parable today. Why? Because I've seen little snippets of it. I haven't seen enough to truly understand how this game's going to play, but it's piqued my interest enough, and I've heard that it's very much worth playing through. So that's the plan tonight. Here on New Day Delayed Tuesday. Hope you're all doing well.
One wiener later.
Give you a wiener. That was a delayed reaction to that thing. But yeah, now, a couple of quick announcements before we get into everything today. Obviously, tomorrow we're going to do a Helldivers stream. It's going to be a little bit earlier than usual, and it'll probably finish a little bit earlier than usual. So to my international viewers, I do apologize. It might be just outside of your time zones, but if you do still manage to catch it, that'd be awesome. Somebody let Ali know over the streams up, by the way, but we wouldn't want her to be missing this. She'll catch on eventually, I'm assuming, but anyway. And then Friday, we're going to have the final, the follow-up and potentially finishing of Hobbies Playtime Chapter 4. I don't know if it's the end of the story. I just know we'll be finishing Chapter 4 on Friday. And depending on how everything goes, we may have a very special second edition of Repo, including a little somebody joining us maybe. So that's all to come.
Wakey, wakey, little baby!
No, Blake. No, tell them you're busy already. Why do you have a raid on a Sunday? Tell them you're too busy. The people want to see you. No raid on Sundays. I ban it. I let Ali know. Good job. I ban your raids on Sundays. The people want you. Well, either way, we will have at least one of us. We will have some of the group. We'll work it out. Either way, there's going to be some more repo shenanigans. I put the clip that Alex put up on TikTok. You can check it out there, or you can check it out on the YouTube channel. And I am going to eventually get back to doing some editing and stuff. I need a magical editing person that would be able to sit there and take the time to do it, but that requires money and somebody to have the time to do that. I have so much footage that I could just literally make so many good clips out of, but it's sitting down and having the time to do that. But I managed to pull it off before. Maybe I can do it again. Anywho, that is about it, really. I'll let you know about the weekend sooner rather than later. We'll get the discussions going with the rest of the group. But for now, sit back, relax, and join me Thursday. I wasn't talking about Thursday. I was talking about Sunday. I'm confused now. Did you think I was talking about you joining me for Helldivers? You don't have to join me for Helldivers. I have people for Helldivers, unless you wanted to join me for Helldivers. I do have a group for, well, potentially. I'm just going to play with whoever shows up, basically. Helldivers is just some friends, whoever wants to be. I need you for Sunday. That's when I need you. No raid on Sunday. Oh, well, you're the one who was confusing me, boy. All right. Anyway, let's flick over and let's get into some Stanley Parable. Alrighty. Straight away, it asks me, have you played this before? No. Try me. Try you what? Playing it until the computer is barely visible. It's barely visible enough. That works. Go a little bit more, just in case. I feel like that could become important. Please enter the current time. Okay, we're getting a little specific here. I don't know why it wants the exact time. Shall we wait till it's 10:11 and then flick that in? Yes, that is current time here where I exactly am. I'm going to, as soon as it goes 10:11, I want to get this as close to the dot as possible. According to my digital clock computer, at the very least. Boom, there we go. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay, that's cool. I wanted to make sure that when I started... it's a mirror image. Ooh. Alright, let's begin the game. The end is never the end is never. The end is loading, apparently. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
Cool.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Hey!
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk,
Cool.
telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Where do I get this
This is
job?
what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Sick!
Although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this.
Look, unless the paycheck shit, get me signed on.
Was happy.
I don't blame Stanley. I gotta hold a button.
One day,
What?
Something very peculiar happened.
Okay.
Something that would forever change Stanley.
Okay.
Something he would never quite forget.
Cool.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Woohoo! 3-day weekend.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Okay, rude.
Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Are you kidding me?
Something was very clearly wrong.
Well,
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
well, we can't move
But as he
yet.
came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Did we now? What if I stand here and just want to type the buttons? I don't want to leave the desk. It's scary out there. Oh, we can get under the desk? No? Okay. Do we have to follow instructions? Oh, we move forward when we press it. Wow! I love how it sounds like we're pressing keyboard buttons. Except for when we're... I guess we don't have a choice. I'm waiting to see if it says anything to me. I don't want to leave the office. Scary. Okay. Hello. Hey, 428. Where you at? 429?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
No, let me back at my
Stanley
desk.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley wants to be back at his desk. Oh, yeah. These guys with their open kiosks. I love
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace
Someone
of
just
his
typed
co-workers.
something.
Hi, Alex. Who farted? Best mug ever. Need that one in our house. Hello? Number 1 dad. Oh, we turned his computer off. Holy shit, how did I turn a computer off? I don't even know where my button clicking option is. Bitch! Hate to tell you this, there ain't no body to loot. This is a loot-free zone, sir.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
What achievement?
The door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
I'm clicking on your door.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
I'm opening the door!
50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly.
Oh, I'll click. Oh, I'll click. Don't test me, buddy.
Something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
The 417? Where's 417? Okay. No. Where's 417? We turn his computer off? Saving the company money by turning off computers. Yeah. That's kind of fun. 417. 417. That was 417, wasn't it? That's 4... I am...
Great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay, 437. 437. Yeah! Where's 437?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415, 415, 415. Back that way. Let's go click some doors. I didn't even know this was a thing. I'm just clicking doors like a madman. Blake just told me to drink beer? What? No, I have never played this before. I've only seen very, very minimal clippage of this. This is literally my first playthrough. Kimmy! What? Can I have a beer, please?
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay, back to door 3. Yeah, but that's gonna need a bottle opener. Okay, 437.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where's the copy machine? Give me that copy machine.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Woo! Then lots of fun. Sadly, I gotta work. That's all good. Maybe you'll get to see some of... Where'd 417 go? Where's 417? Did I walk past it? There it is.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
All right, let's do it. Yeah! Climbing on 4... How do I...
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Time to open 416. Hey, hang on. I'll give you that.
Have a sip.
Uh-huh. I'll dehydrate in a second. What did he say? 416? Uh-huh.
That's not bad.
Yeah, we got an Asahi today. A little bit different. Alright, 416, 416, 416. 416!
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Copy machine! Copy, chief! Come on! And...
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yeah!
Woo!
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks.
Yeah.
Really now, what were you thinking?
I mean, I was just trying to open a door. You telling me that I gained an achievement by clicking on a bunch of things. I'm down with it, but okay. Do I click on the door now? Nope. What about this door? No, okay. I think we're done. I think we're done with it. It was an exciting time. We clicked on many doors. And we got achievables. What about this one? Man, so many doors. Can I... Alright, I guess we just gotta follow along. I wonder if you'll eventually be like, you're still clicking on doors. What are you doing?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hell no!
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Nah. I go back this way? Nope. Okay, we made our choice. We have made our choice. It's forcing us this way. That's fine. Whatever. There's a computer in there. Ah! 448. Nope. Random door. 449. 450.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Okay. Let's just stand and drink it all in, I guess.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Yeah.
Really worth it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, the clock is actually kind of... Holy shit. It's kind of weirdly... Is that right?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy
Hey!
and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Excuse you.
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Alright, look, buddy. We gotta have a serious talk after this. I don't like the way you're talking about me. Stanley. Whoever. Whatever. I want a drink.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Heresy! 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 Come on, baby, give me some heresy! What shit's heresy?
You're interrupting my game time, mister. I wonder if he said anything all then. Hello? I wanted a soda! I think we're being told. Alright, fine. Leaving.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
No. Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop.
Following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah. Fuck following your directions, mate. Why would I go your direction? Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift 1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift 5,000. Okay. That looks like a very special door. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Whee!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh shit, we started again. Oh. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided, oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort.
Yeah.
A measly 5 clicks. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, let's see where this takes us.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yeah.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I don't know, buddy. Haven't really given me anything. Danger everywhere. Okay. How about you let me out? Ooh. Okay. Why are we in 2Bs now? Wow.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Uh-huh.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Stanley walked through the blue door. Fuck you.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Hey!
Stanley walked through the red door.
No. Stanley walked through the blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Stanley walked through the blue door.
Fine, go ahead, Stanley.
Yeah.
You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Excellent.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map.
Yeah.
Because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
Uh-huh.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yeah.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yep.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that?
Mm-hmm.
I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Yeah.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Really?
Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Where do you want me to go? I'm going to go this way.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Shit, what's he going to do when I put 1 on the menu?
A 1? I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Sure,
Let's
pal.
take a look.
Worldwide leaderboard. Ooh. Fancy. Good old Neo is offline. Skid. Oh, wow. Some of those actually looked weirdly familiar. That's scary. You gonna put me at the bottom? Hey! Rude! How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Complete against others to improve your Nah.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Heh, 1.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on. And now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Oh, yeah?
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
I see.
You click the button to move him back to the right.
I
If
see.
he reaches the fire, you fail.
Okay.
It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
Uh-huh.
I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Bye, baby.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Yes.
If it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
I think we pissed him
Thank you
off.
for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
Oh, boy.
Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Sure.
Let's see. What do we have here?
Oh, God, what's he going to put?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Whoa now!
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total...
This is taking a
mental
serious turn.
So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Weren't we just in a bunch of cubicles? What the fuck? Who firewatches the firewatch? Lookout cookbook. National Forest of Wyoming. Cooler. Space Puffs. Guess we have to go outside. Ooh, hang on. Got noisy out here. Damn. I guess we're going downstairs, I suppose, and we'll see what happens. Is this actually they've taken this from another game? Dude, this is kind of fantastic.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Can't be what?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Oh, Jesus, hey, wait, whoa!
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
Oi!
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh,
This
thank
guy...
heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
I don't wanna.
Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Can I just...
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Aww.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There is any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you
Did we just end up in Rocket League?
I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
That's a big ball. Ow.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
Okay.
Check it out. Here comes another ball.
2 balls!
Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm
Oh
insatiable.
god, he's gonna drop a whole bunch
More balls.
Holy shit, there's balls everywhere. I want to put one in a go. I want to put one in a go. Come on. And...
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Hold on. What are you doing?
I found a hole.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh. Oh, hello. Ooh. Interesting. We've really done it now. Dark and booky in here. Hello? Raider man? Anybody? Oh. Maybe light's a good thing. Ooh. Oh!
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
Okay.
The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, fuck it. Let's go see what's in the meeting room. We fuck with this guy enough.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Why not?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay. Broom closet?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Nah. Nice broom closet. Might hang out here for a minute.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
But it's
no reason to still be here.
And yet...
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Oh, he abbreviatedly swore. How rude.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing?
Yep.
Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Nah.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right?
Yep.
If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
Nah.
But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
And yet here we are. What you gonna do about it, narrator man? What you...
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I've met my friends. They'd giggle at this.
He was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Aye!
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That's all with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Wow.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
One winner later.
Broom closet, explored it a bit, and we're just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. In a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They've fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species.
I love it.
Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Now, how long we can wait here before he finally... Hey, Dasha, how you doing? He's not screaming at us anymore. I open the room closet door. What happens if I step out?
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. Fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Oh. Okay. So we're gonna... No, I think we've pushed the point of the broom closet far enough. Yeah, I think he's just waiting for us to go now. Damn. Well, that was fun.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nah. Ooh. That is a really hard letter to read. And that might be a research after thing.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe He thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Yeah.
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
What?
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
Okay.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Ooh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared.
Ooh.
It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Yeah, sure.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Ooh.
Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Fuck! Didn't work.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh, son of a bitch.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself.
What?
Then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
What?
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
Right.
And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
Uh-huh.
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
Yep.
But then
Okay.
she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. Off we go again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set
You know what?
of
We're going right again.
this
Screw
was
you.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it.
I'm
perfectly
rebelling
well.
again.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, let's see where you take me.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Nah.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yay! Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hold on a minute. This looks a little different this time. Things are changing.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this
Nope.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again.
Oh.
Then it came back, and lingered
Ooh.
for a minute or two.
Yee.
Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Ooh. Tingle. Tingly.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
And let's see where this door takes me.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Button!
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
I don't want to go left.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
No, you said left. Back. Hey! You opened the door this instant.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
I think I messed with him again. Yeah, this guy's got the wrestling famous, bro.
Let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I don't want to go that way. Okay. Ooh. Whoa.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable.
Shit.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
What?
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Son of a bitch.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Alright, here we go
Stanley
again.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley...
Wait a minute.
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh.
I knew it! Things are changing! What the hell?
Change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I'm going that way. I'm going that way. Wait, lead it that way? Mm-hmm. What the hell?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Okay. We are the boss, muchachos.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Sure.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something.
Hang on a damn minute.
Story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind.
What?
Not the story.
What?
Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh, lordy.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Woo! Yeah, baby!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Cheers. All right.
Oh, no. I don't feel right about this at all.
Hey.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square. And this was not one of those situations.
Hey.
Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh, God. Here we go.
All right. I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Okay.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Nah.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
None of us stand here. Hello? Hello? Okay. I guess we'll go follow the line. What if I go the other way? Maybe he says if I start going back this way. I love it you can turn the computers off. It's a nice touch. Oh, pardon me. Alright, let's follow it this far. Oh, I want to play solitaire. I don't think there's a dog here. I don't think there's anything that... Okay, I guess we'll follow.
The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Nope. Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on.
What the hell just happened?
Weird back there? Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I think the line got a little out of hand here. What the damn hell? Oh.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay, we'll go look at the fern. The lovely looking fern with some exquisite details. Bit of grass in there. Yep, cool. Plenty of leaves. Some a bit thicker than the others. Okay, we studied the fern. Your line's getting a little bit wacky there, champ.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I don't think your line is cooperating, sir. Also, did anyone else notice we found the Payday 2 mask back then? That was kind of fun. Alright. Screw your line. I don't like your line. I want to go this way now.
Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
I don't like your line. Your line's going in weird directions. Oh, hang on. Where we at? Hang on. No, wait, that's where we came out from. Hang on. Yep, alright. Follow the... there we go. Ah.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? Trusted you. After everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
God, here we go again.
Stanley, I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
What
We're
the...
intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Okay.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
I don't wanna. What about this one? Or this one? No? Maybe? Fine.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
The hell have I done? This man. Oh.
No, not you again.
Oh God, the line.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
Yeah.
No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I love how there's trademarks. Bye, line. Bye, line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
Okay.
Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere the place where we're trying
This
to
is great. I love it, Alex.
must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
I don't wanna. Love the game. Personally sad that it is a one-time game. Maybe they'll come up with another one. Okay, fine. The confusion ending. Okay, you've been playing the confusion ending for...
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
What the fuck?
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't want to be trapped like this.
Yeah.
I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Cool.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
I don't know, Onion Man.
Whatever it is that made this schedule, how would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
Yeah.
I guess now we just wait.
Cool.
You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Son of a bitch. What the hell? At least I have a chair. Yeah. Oh no, we've been reset. Curses.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
The door closed.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Entertainment for hours. I love it. It's brilliant. Are the doors back?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nah.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
Here
well.
we go
Perhaps he
again.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before.
Okay, alright.
Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love.
When a man loves a room.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Mm.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I'm not sure which one's the white room.
But
I've been in a lot of
getting back
places.
to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We haven't done this yet, so I guess we'll see what happens. Ooh. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast. Money crisp. Nothing in the bathroom? Extreme bathrooms and time. I don't think we've been to the nothing yet. Hello. Ooh. Yeah. Up. Next one, maybe. Oh yeah. Stanley. Hey, what? Hey, hang on a minute. Very uplifting. Now we're grooving on down. I love it. I love every second of it. It's wonderful. Also, just give me a second. Just fixing the camera a bit. There we go. Did he just say cheese and crackers? That just goes nowhere, doesn't it? Okay. Well, that was kind of fun. Ooh. Maybe next time. All right, let's go.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Ooh.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ooh. Oh. Boss code 2845.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Nah.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. He actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Oh.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Okay. We can't go back out the door. Alright, down the elevator we go again. Mr. Smartass narrator here.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
This guy, I love it.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? Suspense is killing me.
Oh. Look, everybody. It's the boss's office again. Woo!
God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Oh! Chef kiss.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
No, the drinky bird just sells it. Oh, this is amazing. Oh my god.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Alright, down the elevator we go.
Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? Sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Oh, please let me go back up again. Please let me go back up again. I really just want to hear it. Come on. Has he given up? Is he just over the fact that I keep going up and down the elevator?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of the elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
All right, buddy.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting?
Oh,
It
I
seems
love
like
it.
nowadays the only thing that
Hello,
audiences
Meg.
want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible.
Oh.
They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative we've developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged, not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you.
Oh, God.
So you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
Oh, Ali, you absolutely still have to give this a go.
But I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the
I love
beginning.
it. It's
They
so
really
good.
Look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous
He's okay.
impact on them for the better.
Whoa!
Good, we're here.
They changed the what the... Oh. I guess we can't go up and down anymore.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here.
Oh, please be the boss's office. Please still be the boss's office at the end of the day. Oh my god. All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. Woo!
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
Oh my god.
It looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
I love the one in the middle. I love the way you ride elevators. Oh my god. How am I going now? I'm gonna walk back. Nope. I have to go on the stage and tell them how my riveting story of going up and down the elevator went. Okay. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. Live, the guy who went to Mars. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. Featuring featured keynote speaker, the Lord, plus meet and greet. Woo! Oh, yeah. Your answer's fine, Ellie. It's okay. Whoa! What up, ladies and gentlemen? Woo! Oh my god, did we reset it? Did we force it to be resetted? Uh-oh. Oh god, what have we done now? It's a straight hallway this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile.
What the?
At last, proof that he was human.
Okay, that went on a weird tangent that time.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Hey, I don't need any justification or understanding of the situation.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy.
Also, I drink it.
Poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
What if I go this way instead? And be like, no, fuck you. Nope, that door's closed. At the end of the day, it came down to, I'm here and I'm playing the game, and Ellen explained her reasoning for not liking the game.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Let's see what happens if we just type the code in straight away.
Into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Fuck yes.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Oh, by the way, I started Duolingo today. I just wanted to say, I would like some Brot and Wasser. Brot und Wasser. And that's about the extent of what I remember. The narrator is fantastic. Brandon, what do you say? On the person that's died. Uh-huh. That was pretty good. Oh, thank you. Or I should say, bitter. Or did I say the wrong word? Fuck, no, wait. Is it picture please or thank you? Fuck, now I fucking lost it. Shit, I'm gonna have to do a review. What happens if I go back in the elevator again? What's it gonna do this time?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind.
Oh, so Dunker.
Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I'm learning still. It's in early stages. I'm sure. Yeah. At least B is the same thing.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator.
I have a feeling this is going to go down the same road.
Exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical...
Hey, Cyrano! How you doing? Before we go too much further, shout out once again to I'm trying to get you out there. I am. Cyrano Luna. Hello. Guys, go and check out, even if you're not English speaking, go and check out Cyrano Luna's stream. Show us some love and support. It's rather entertaining, regardless of whether or not I understand every word you're saying. The game is amazing. But yeah, look, guys, go and give Cyrano Luna some love, show us some support, follow the channel. Let's get this girl to affiliate already. Let's do it. All right, resume.
Weaving a rich tapestry of
I love the game. I love it.
Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
All right, give me the button, jackass.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Yeah, I must admit, I try and lurk as much as I can on her streams now.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Now, what happens if I say no, I'm not going to this time?
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there.
He's just... Yeah. Okay. All right, I get it.
If it's the boss's office this time, the suspense is killing me.
It's not going to let me go down until I walk back over and check it out, is it?
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Here we go again with a goddamn timeout. If I know we were just going to get the same result, I probably would have just kept going forward. I love a drinky bird still, but...
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Alright, it was funny the first time, buddy. Come on.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Alright, let's go down. Let's go see what's in...
Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds...
I'll keep an eye out for windows.
This kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is.
All right.
A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Loading. There you go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nope.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Maybe not.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Nah, actually.
Nope, still on board with death.
What happens if I go back again? I'm gonna keep messing with him. Come on, come on. Give it to me. Nah, we're going with the death option. Fuck it. What could possibly go wrong? I did do the broom closet. That was fantastic. Right down to the being told to move on and maybe get a monkey to take control of it.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Okay, let's see what happens if I do walk backwards this time. No one? No. Okay. Now, I would have thought it would have given me a response then, but it didn't, so that's alright. We keep walking, see what happens. Biggie won't come out of the closet. Oh, I didn't come out of the closet for a very long time. I genuinely thought there was going to be another response. And then I left and came back in, got my extra response.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Bring it on. Fuck it. Woo!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
Wow.
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Woo! Apparently not.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
What? I made it to the title screen. Oh, I like it. The two doors. Oh, it's like actual explanations. Ooh. That's cool. Okay. This is a nice touch. I actually really like this. where Stanley would end up on the battlefield to fight the aliens. The action game would become sentient and would rage war against the narrator. Realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, then people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Ah, I want to go into the alien base mode. Please tell me that's a real thing and it actually exists in this game, because that sounds amazing. We announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcements and the game's delay. Let's go have a look at this side. I really hope that's not the end. I feel like there's so much more to explore, so much more we can discover. Ah, the office clock. Boss's office. Screens from the development of the boss's office. There's different versions of the boss's office. Ooh.
Here, I'm just going to make this
Version of the underground portion of the game.
through the green door. Then he pushed the number 4.
Kevin Brighting. Thanks for jumping out of the shadows to say hello. And thank you for the lurk. Here comes some really cold. The lounge. This is I like this. It's a nice touch. I do hope there's an ability to go back and play more of it. Freedom ending. This was the first incarnation of the freedom. Is it freedom ending? Oh. What? Something. How do I make that do? Oh. Wait. Aw. Maybe I gotta wait till it pops out. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up and down with freedom above and down. It's on a timer. I don't think we can click on it though. Countdown room. Ooh. Sending model. Ooh. Escape menu. For a long time we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Fortunately, very few players realized this was they're supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Are they giving away hints to possible things? Yes and no. Ooh. Meeting room. The apartment timer. Ooh, the cargo lift. Office. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. First was created in November 2011 and March 2012, 2013. Very nice. Game design mock-up. The level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. Think of this level got William Hyde to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from his mock-up is still in the game. Nice. And there's the exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
We got squished. It's quiet. Ooh. Here we go again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, let's keep going. Ooh, new content.
Oh, new content?
Hello.
What does that mean, new content?
Jump out of the windows. Wait, what? Wait, which windows? These windows? I can't jump. The windows let me jump. Wait, how do I... Maybe there's a way on a
No
desk.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Perhaps these aren't the windows we can jump out of. Bugger. Ooh. Awaiting input. Input received. Ooh. Interesting. First room you can leave. It does not appear to be access to the window. I want out. I want uppies. I don't think he's gonna let me out the window. Rude. Unless... Okay. Well, let's go check out the new content. Ooh. Ooh.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Okay.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
I love it.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can jump. Oh, to glitch up on it. Okay. Oh. Oh. That was fun, I guess. Hooray!
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Fair.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Okay.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Okay, pal.
What do you say, friend?
Whoa.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Ooh.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay. Alright. Digging it. Memory, sweet memory. Don't forget.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
Look at the classic books.
2013, when the game originally launched. Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I you know what? The funny thing is, I've never heard of this until recently. So this is incredible that this had such a thing. I love it. Oh my god, it's wonderful. Wow, still Firebox, my god. I'd have loved to have known this game back then, but that's kind of cool that we get to experience it. Well, because it happened. The Stanley Parable. Oh my god. Oh. Demonstration? Don't play for 5 years. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. You are also an Ultra Deluxe content at the moment. I figured as much. But this is very cool that they did this as a little bit of a... I guess a tribute to when they first made this game exist. Ooh.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created.
I love it.
Skyrim.
I love
it.
it.
Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk. An hour of new elevator content.
The original remake?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I love it.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags.
I figured there wasn't a re-release.
But the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Oh my god. The Steam reviews are terrible. There's a good one there. Oh.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
Oh.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I ought. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 240 times. That the logic of elimination working
It's worth listening to him at this point.
Becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. Can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no.
There we go.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as all?
Oh,
hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about...
Mm-hmm. Oh. 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 Oh, Lord. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. No. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't, no, 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 no. Where's the button?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands.
Anyway. Poor Cox is on the ground here. Beginner's Guide. You've got me curious, Alex. I'm going to have to look into it.
End is never the end, 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 is never...
Oh. Are we just skipping for the sake of skipping now? It's a bet we weren't meant to skip at a certain point. We could have whisked. Whoa! Ooh. Ooh. Alright. Let's bring him down a little bit more, but let's see what happens if we go again. Oh, wow. Ooh. Okay. Oh. 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 Kind of getting a little bit spooky now. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Don't fuck it up.
Oh. Ah. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Oh, thank you for the treat. Donations. Oh, hello. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Hmm. Oh, I got screamed at! How do I get on this desk, Alex? Free for free. Free for free. Desk free for free, you reckon? Okay. 434. Oh, okay, 434. 434. This one? Oh, oh, hang on. Oh, oh, oh. It seems to have worked. Oh, we just got it. Oh. 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 How do we... Made it on the desk. Sneak. Ooh. Hey!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map
Ooh.
until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Okay.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
Okay.
So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Well, this is exciting. Can't go anywhere. Can't look at anything. It's clearly just a white room. Oh, manual? Does that mean if I start this... Okay. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I have a plan. New content?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay. Fuck it. I don't even think we've fully explored the proper game itself, but I'm down to check out more stuff. Alright.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Okay.
So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Oh boy.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up.
Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Taste the sequel.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Sequel ideas. Stanley can throw axes. Stanley gets boons. Artistic ultimate wife scene. Free room mode. More famous narrator. Crossed out. Dress up mode. Microtransactions. Proper gameplay? Question mark. Nude Stanley. New York City. Jetpack. Fuel canisters. I love it. Ooh, that's a nice little design there. Okay. Wait, what was that? Oh, that's just someone's like login screen. They're back. 2 doors. More of a Stanley parable. Better of a Stanley parable. Paradigm shift equals synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. Sequential mind share. Win-win. I love it. Oh, God. Okay, my mouse died. Hang on. Whoa. Hold your horses, Gabe. What? Easy fix. There we go. Resume. Ooh. Nah.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. Portal 2, good sequel. Half-Life 2, good sequel. Batman Arkham City, good sequel. Damn it, Alex, I knew you were going to get me on that. Divinity Original Sin 2, heard it was good. Haven't played it. Doom 2, yeah. Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar. Ooh, that... I wouldn't say it's better than the original. If you were going to say King of Thieves, different. I'd give you that sequel at least. Dark Souls 2, look, a lot of people think that's good. Two. There's a lot of 2 going on here. You are the sequel. Okay. This way to the show floor. New features. I love it. Actually, there's like a full-on like new content bus. Okay, all right. I'm digging it. I'm with it. I'm loving it. There's a lot of flashiness. Whoa.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
We got merch. Welcome to the showcase. New content, new game. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Okay.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Okay.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget who you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
All right.
Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button.
Alright.
Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. You happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Can I put...
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Oh, come on, don't be like that. I can be Jim for you. I'll be Jim. My name is Jim. My name is Jim. Oh. Alright, okay, alright. Let's go fiddle with another feature. I love it. Right until it went right down to the ground, you could still basically bash it.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
You heard Jim in the game. Oh my god. What happens if I do take a screenshot? I'm curious. Game did not notice that I took a screenshot. Okay.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay, what do we got? Free achievement? Free achievement? Hell yeah! The jump circle. Oh.
What? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
Yay!
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Oh.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Sweet. Couldn't give me more jumps? Anything back here that we missed? A reassurance bucket. Ooh. No, wait, we want that free achievement first. Let's go get that free achievement. Collectibles. Ooh. Get yours right now. Pull level, receive your new achievement. No more steps.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Oh, I want a free achievement. My name is Jim. I'm so glad you've clipped that. A couple things I think I want to clip out of this run, honestly. Again, I got to sit down and go through and get some clips done from Repo the other night as well.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons.
Okay.
But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Where the hell did you ask me then? Jerk.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No.
No,
I've made my decision. We're moving on.
made your decision.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Okay.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Oh, the bucket.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Oh, the bucket.
And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Yeah.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm taking the bucket. I now have a bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
My bucket now. Ooh, the infinite hole. Let's go check out the infinite hole. Come with me, bucket, to the infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Ooh. Ooh.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
Whee!
Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Nah. Down the hole we go.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of
Woo!
things.
Infinite hole!
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Oh shit.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. A liar and a cheat.
Bunch of cigarettes down here.
Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually...
Every pause button is a Roman numeral.
What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Mm-hmm.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Look, things got a little heated there. We both said some things we didn't mean.
Hey.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
Mostly infinite.
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I wonder how long we can sit in here before he's like, are you going to teleport or what? Or was it just another one of those silent... I feel like when he says, I'll just be there when you're ready, and then he just kind of like, just waits. He doesn't say anything anymore. Alright.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even. Oh, for heaven!
Whee!
You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, "Yep, that's an infinite hole. It goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh no, 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 no. That's a weird sort of. Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Alright, hang on. Sorry, I'm just trying to note treats and anti-treats. So treat, we had Theron for initial 2000, and we also had Alex 2000. And anti-treat. Now, I should mention, for those of you who weren't here when I first launched the new buttons, the treat will actually do some rewards for channel stuff, including potential things, reward ability, stream of things and stuff like that. Each level will garner newer and more fun rewards. The anti-treat, if we do get to it, will also make me suffer in a stream of the highest anti-treat contributor's choice as well. So there's benefits and disadvantages for both. I do recommend contributing to both because you might have a chance to see something more fun and enjoyable. But now that I have actually saved and added those things, crap, Twit, damn it. Okay, we're gonna go. I'll go back. I'm gonna jump in the hole.
I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh. How could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Quit for another 2000 as well. Thank you.
I'm certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer
the jump one.
The hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the whole thing. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Sure.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Wait.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Okay.
Teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Still
nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
What?
Now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole.
I might need it. I might need the paper towel.
Anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Oh, okay. Hey. Don't leave me in the hole. Hey. Anyone else think that suddenly the noises... Is the hole going down? Oh. 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 At least I have the bucket. Wow. I'm in a hole. I'm in a hole. In a big hole. Woo.
My head's stronger, but you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's strong.
Oh. Whoa. This chirpy man. Whoa. Oh, puppies! Puppies! We need to get to a better... Oh, look at the puppies! Oh. 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 Okay, all right. All right. Ooh. 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 This wacky. We on the wacky to backy now. Oh. Hee. I want to go back to the puppies. Yay, puppies.
Stanley! Stanley!
Oh, hello.
Good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
Oh, okay.
Drifting away into dreamland.
Well, yeah,
Can't have that, Stanley. Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
I liked it
I
before.
don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Okay.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Are we seriously just stuck here? I want to go back to reality. Oh, never mind. Something happened. Oh.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Now the question is, what happens if we go back to the hole now? We could just check out the collectibles real quickly. I love Bucket. Bucket is wonderful. Ooh.
Ah, collectibles.
Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Woo! Collect them all. Can you find them?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I'm going back to the hole. It's actually telling me I have to find those little buggers now. The bucket is wonderful. Here's my bucket. Me and my bucket together forever. Weird. No statues around in here, is there? No? Okay. No, it's a pretty damn good bucket. I'm telling you right now. This is the best bucket in any game ever. No bucket has ever come close to this bucket. To the hole! Keep an eye out for them damn statues. You won't let me back in the hole. Oh man, that just is rude. Did statue move? Oh, it's rotating. Okay, that's fine. Setting world champions. Well, I have a feeling we've kind of discovered everything. And take my bucket, and I'm gonna leave.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
One of things that you won't let me in the hole again. Ooh.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Okay.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
Oh, shit.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well,
Insert a few of my new features into it, tastefully, of course.
Oh.
With respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Uh-huh.
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, God. Are we actually... All right. In we go to the Stanley Parable 2, apparently.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building.
The balloons.
Where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk.
I'm still telling you, this job.
Buttons to push.
Can I just have a job where I push buttons?
And in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I'm telling you, I'll press keyboard buttons for a living.
Then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid.
Not entirely true. Sometimes I use a controller.
Unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh my God, are we actually playing the Stanley
All
Parable?
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want my bucket back. Can I get my bucket? Where's the bucket? The bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yay, bucket. Oh. Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Cool.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yay! Stanley and the bucket together. Oh my God.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't
Hooray!
buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Oh my God, we're gonna go through everything again just to find a damn statues, aren't we? I can't go in the elevator this time? Ah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Alright. Let's get there some Stanlerines. Oh God, you know we have to.
the elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3.
Ooh.
I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
Oh.
The bucket said nothing.
Rude. Bucket, why would you not talk to me?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Okay, we pressed the number 3 a few times. I love that it is actually a slightly different narrative now.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Hey, it was kind of fun.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me.
Yes! It's a new storyline!
And I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Bucket, why? Talk to me, Bucket. Okay, let's go smash that number 3 button.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all. Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
No. Oh. Bucket, why?
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Up we go again.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others.
I love
it.
it.
Would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived,
Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
All right. Wow.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here.
Oh.
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over.
Oh no.
He was unloved, uninteresting. He was a failure.
Oh no.
In that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding.
Oh my God.
Merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit.
Oh my God.
Only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
Oh no.
Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Well, damn.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
What happens
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. Damn it! We've escaped from that dull office pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein. Of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley. What are you talking about? He screamed. You're a bucket! To this, the bucket furrowed its brow. No, said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No! Stanley screamed even louder this time. This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this? As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh my God. Oh my God.
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket.
Oh?
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
What?
Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Okay, that was worth it for that one. I liked that one.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Hey, Bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
All right.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good, though. I liked it.
The lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
I love it.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Come on, Bucket. Let's go do crazy shit.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the... Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
You're saying now that I didn't do what the bucket does.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
What?
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Okay.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point.
Sure.
But if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Okay.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay, here we go.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
All right.
Simple enough, right?
Yeah, sure.
It should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Okay.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket,
Oh.
not an actual bucket.
Oh. Okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay. We're doing well, apparently.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Okay.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
What? What? That's not a bucket. What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What the hell?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. Now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. This is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
Hooray!
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Oh my God. This just keeps getting better and better. I love it.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
We haven't seen any more of our friendly... where else can we go? I'm trying to think. Where else can we go that we might find...
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Uh-huh. More input. Interesting.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I have a plan. There will be a reward for finding them all. Ooh. Somewhere by Fred and Blue. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Large room. Lots of boxes. Ooh, we must find the statues.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Fuck you.
Okay, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Oh no.
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. God knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
No!
Indeed. Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. He exclaimed, without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from.
Oh no.
The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Oh no.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh god, really?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. She backflipped all the way to work.
She backflipped? Oh shit. This game is amazing. Alright, let's go get our bucket.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
No, he didn't.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket
Oh my God.
isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh God, the music's back.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Oh, they're gonna ask me to sacrifice the bucket. No.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
Oh.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
No!
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and crush.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh, that was amazing.
All of his co-workers were gone, What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alrighty. Let's grab our bucket.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Yay for bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his...
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him.
Nope, bye.
He unthinkable. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend.
Yeah.
So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I saw that path and I really want to figure out how to get to that path. I need that figurine.
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
All right.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Soon you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself.
Yeah, we're dead, we dropped down.
So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I died with my bucket.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Yeah.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way.
With a hole near the figure? What?
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The
Oh,
lift,
oh
yes.
wait.
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh. Hello. Ooh. I don't think we found this before. Ooh. Whoa. Narrated dialogue. Wow. Oh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
God, this bucket.
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
Ooh, Lord.
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now,
this is getting serious.
What's that? Who's there?
Oh no, it's the bucket. Got real serious real quick. Ooh.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Come on, bucket. Let's go.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Stanley Parable, such a nice family
Stanley
game.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay. Ooh.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press fire to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press C for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Like to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press H to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Oh, yeah. Press C to live the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh, no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Hey, bucket alone.
It asks, what's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
The bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
No.
Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
We're bang, okay?
Go back to work, Stanley. Okay. Bang that bucket. Oh.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Hey, bucket.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Okay. Somewhere both red and blue is our last one. We do boss downstairs? Do you mean that way down? We did go down there before.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
But bucket. Oh, I've done... No, I did it with the bucket. We had the bucket breakdown.
Fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
All right.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Nope.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Nah, we'll be fine.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Let's go, bucket. We got this.
The machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise. Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself. And he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
Yeah.
It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Ooh, bucket exhibit.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Don't make a bucket with two handles. Apparently, it's too dangerous. I love it. Inferno bucket. So powerfully learned that drove dozens of nations to war, one enough for control of it. Oh my god. Woo! Dear. Cave drawings of buckets. Oh my god. The stress bucket, an analogy. Presented without commentary. I love it. I love it. It's fantastic.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oh, hello. Ooh, ooh. Bucket!
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Oof. I think we're actually meant to reset at that point too. I don't know, but I feel like that's actually a hint.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
Okay, there's one more.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct...
Now, either we have to go to this place with or without the bucket, so I'm trying to get this last statue.
That the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket is always wrong when it comes to that.
The door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
We're going to be told about whether or not it's a bucket again. Yep.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign there. It says, no buckets past...
Hang on. I think I need to go there without the bucket this time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No bucket this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
No.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Yay!
Stanley, this is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through... Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution.
Uh-oh.
Here, let me show you.
Okay. I hadn't checked this way out before.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Ooh, it's pretty. Wow. Ooh.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Leaving.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs.
Ooh.
If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
All right, buddy.
Stanley, no!
Blech.
Oh, thank God. You lived.
Oh, God.
No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Whee!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Oh, I think we're going slower.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Aye.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
Whee!
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
Well.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Jesus Christ. It's got real depressing all of a sudden. Yeah.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm going back.
Yep.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
To the memory zone!
Nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Oh.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen. How could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh god, we're actually going to go and collect them all again.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Stanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
What?
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Okay. Oh my god, it's like classic YouTube. Mwah. Oh my god, remember when people put out videos like this? It's even got old school word clip art style. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's some Windows Movie Maker right there.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Fucking wonderful. Oh.
And then, Stanley, the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Bye-bye, Memory Zone.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
New chapter detailing document features has been added to your rulebook. Check all information thoroughly. Deny any applicant with discrepant documents. Further the audio transcript to correlate entrance statements. Glory to Astoska. Okay, we're going to go backwards now, apparently.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh my god.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh my god. I love it. It's fantastic.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
I'm not even sure what this is referring to, or which room we found the what in.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh my god. What if I went over here and had a look? Okay, I'm guessing not, but that's alright.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh my god, it's a jump space.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything.
Oh my god.
I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want... Oh, yes, the two doors. I could have forgotten that. A classic memory, this one.
Oh my god.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now.
Oh.
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I've been in here watching very quietly for hours. That's fine. Welcome in. Good to see you, Mr. Gutsy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Man. Hang on. We got apparently...
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Yeah, I'm trying something only to get this epilogue ending. Kind of want to... I hate to say it. I want something out of the damn statues.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Apparently, you've just got to keep resetting until you get all the dialogues.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That's a different direction.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Hmm.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
Dang. I think we're getting the same dialogue now. I don't think it matters.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Oh, that was a new dialogue. Hang on. Let's try again.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Look, all I've read is that I apparently have to keep doing the...
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
We're getting some dialogue options. So that's something.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Apparently, if we just keep doing this now, we should get the epilogue. Whoa! Okay, it is having some effect.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
This is wild. But we're going to keep going.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Maybe I am reading. Hang on. Let's have a quick look at this. Oh, maybe I have been... Oh, it's in the main menu. Hang on. There should be... Oh, no. There's meant to be an epilogue.
This is the story. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hang on. Five game restarts, not levels. Oh, what? Full game restart or? Or do I just go in this every time? Oh, God, okay. So in other words, what you're saying is I have to quit the whole game. That's gonna be annoying. Alright, fuck it. Let's see what happens. You are still in Stanley 2. Oh, hang on. Okay. Let's just go with that. Wait, what are you doing? First time you did the game, you set the time to 10:11 p.m. Fantastic, you did a great job with that one. But this time you simply entered 12, the default value. Didn't even try. I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. Hope you don't think that it's worth taking time to set the clock correctly. Do you think I would ask you to set the clock if it weren't an integral part of the gameplay experience? I'm not trying to get angry. It's just that a lot of people ignore these gameplay settings altogether. You're not like them, right? Look, next time you put up the game and see the screen, do me a favor and actually set the time, okay? Okay, good. Glad we had this talk. Alright, I'll let you get back to your video game now. Holy fuck. Okay, so let's see what happens if we go fuck you and I'm just gonna start and do the same thing again. I love that this game actually legit is picking up on the fact that I'm doing things. That's wonderful. Alright. Fuck you. There it is. Oh my god. You entered 12 as the time again. After we had the whole talk about the importance of setting the clock correctly. Do you not care? Do you want the gameplay experience to suffer? Or have you actually sat down to play the Stanley Parable at exactly midnight multiple times in a row? Video games are fun when you play them precisely at midnight. I guess it's not impossible. Tell you what, let's use another slider to get to the bottom of this. How much fun is it to play video games at midnight? Lots of fun. You know, can I just say, regardless of whether it's actually midnight right now, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Should be too hard? Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Okay. Let's quit again. I can't believe this is actually a feature, and I am loving this added variable. Oh my god. Props to them for this additional little tidbit that they've got. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. What if I did this time? Till the dog and cat are friends. Aww. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Please just until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Ooh. Okaboinkle or Scrumtush? Okaboinkle, come on. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. No. Will you come back to visit me? No. Oh my god. Alright, so what happens if we quit now and do it again? I'm very curious. Play. This is amazing. I'm loving it. What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? It's never the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. Not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Okay. Aha! Epilogue! Got it! Many, many years later. Quit the game and start it again. Hooray, achievement! Whoa. It's the desert again. Wow. How do I found here? Oh, there's a power cable running all the way along here. Gotta be running something. Oh dear. Cooking Ann's blog review the Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve. Cat dog. Cat dog. Alone in the world is a little cat dog. That's amazing. Okay, so it's hard to say in this reality. Whoa. Oh, that. Jim. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to mass success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been far from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans by reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appeared more than 25 times in the press conference. Lowest good review scores in video game history, second. More Jim buttons. Jim. Ooh. Look at all them statues. Can we collect them? Yes. Must have all the statues. Wee. Ooh. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Oh, hello. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. You read what the developer said. Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. If people hate it, who cares? See, that wasn't the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable free. God. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. Fistful of Pirate. Snake. Fistful of Pirate. Fistful of Pirate. The Stanley Parable 3. Fistful of Pirate. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. And we'll pick a new subtitle. That way the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this, either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. But I want you to have a say as well. Don't do it. I understand. Sometimes we're not ready to move on. That's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I'll be right here. Now, I believe... we go back in now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh. So yes, the title changes.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again...
All right, Alex, what's that code?
Not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright. If I'm doing this correctly, this should guide us back to where we need to go.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Trying to get the expo hall back.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
To be fair, I've never been this far out before.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
Possible.
Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Uh-oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
Oh no!
Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
Oh, God.
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Uh-oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No, okay, the new content's not there. Oh, alrighty. Hang on, we've done input before. Ooh, interesting. Well, anyway, I think that's probably about where I'm going to end it tonight anyway, because that's wild and I loved it. That's fantastic, and I'd love to just continue to explore every other possible ending, but I feel like we could be here for so much longer. This was already a 4.5 hour stream, basically. Which is impressive. I look, initially when I thought we got to the end, I was like, oh, I don't know how much more they've got, and then we got into the other stuff and the epilogue, and I have absolutely found this game to be somewhat, not somewhat, very much enjoyable. So thank you so much for everybody for joining us on this one. If you haven't played it, or if you want to experience it for yourself, I know if you've been watching for this, you've probably seen a lot of it, but you know, you never know. You might find something a little bit different. This, ooh, recommend this to keep track for next Stanley stream. Cool, I'll keep that in mind. We'll see if we bring back Stanley Parable to see if we can discover all the other wonderful endings at some point. But that's it. I look, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. If you've played Stanley Parable before, from what I understand, this has actually got a lot of newer content in it. But otherwise, if you haven't played any version of Stanley Parable, this is your sign to go and try it out for yourself. See what crazy endings you might find. You might not have seen all of what I played, so you might be able to go and find some cool stuff. See if you can discover some extra bits and pieces of your own. Or just have a bit of a giggle. Try some things that I didn't try. There's definitely a lot of things that I didn't try. Certain variables that I can think back and I'm like, what if I'd pressed these buttons? What if I disagreed to this? What if I'd said yes to that part instead of this part? That was literally another ending just then that I hadn't even done without the bucket, So it's worth absolutely playing for yourself. It is a one-time sort of playthrough. I think once you've done everything, that's it. But hey, you gotta love a game that you can finish and be done with it. But yeah, totally, absolutely, 100% recommend it. Alex, send me that other game you were talking through Discord for me so I don't forget it as well, because you said something that was like this, and I want to check that out for another time as well. Thank you so much for everybody who joined me. It's been an absolutely fantastic night. Tomorrow we're going to be doing a bit of an earlier stream with some Helldivers with some friends. But we'll hopefully be going ahead at the scheduled time. If not, I'll update you guys if we're pushing it back or bringing it back in or whatever. I'll pretty much be going live once I get some people together to play some games, or if it's just me doing some solo Helldivers, it is what it is. We'll see how it goes. And don't forget, Friday we're going to be finishing up on our Poppy Playtime stream, and we'll be looking at more repo over the weekend. Keep you guys posted about that on the Discord. If you're not part of a Discord, please make sure that you come along and join us if you're wanting more info about what happens. That's where I update, as well as on the channel here. That is the best place, though, to honestly come and join me for more information about what's coming on with streams. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been an absolutely fantastic night. Good to see so many of you lovely faces. Should we raid somebody? Let's see. Let's go. Who's up and running at the moment? Let's go raid Luna. Let's go raid Luna. Done. Easy. Raid. It'll be a small raid, but it'll be a raid nonetheless. Boom. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, stick around for the raid if you're going to do so. Otherwise, love you all. Tiny Australian raid. Yeah! Let's go raid her and show her some love. Otherwise, thank you so much, everybody, and I will see you guys tomorrow for some Helldivers. Have a good night, everybody.